But whatever you say PS4. Surprisingly taking a longer time to load than normal. Right. Gotta remember I actually play because I've been playing too much Darksiders 2 on my own time. Yes, I know Twitch that I can stream from my phone. You don't need to continually remind me about that.
Hey, Kane.
Yeah?
When you were threatening that shade on the beach the other day, how did you know it was trying to protect the postman?
Just a feeling, I guess.
All right.
Oh, shoot. That hurt. I keep on wanting to hit R1 to dodge. That's unfortunately going to be a problem. Also, hello everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Let's go ahead and return to Popola and see what she has going on. Actually, is the mermaid in this room? Oh, that's creepy. I didn't expect it.
This is the girl who was on the wrecked ship.
Because I recently found out that's the entire thing just isn't in the original game. In any release. Like, it's not in Gestalt, and it's not in the original PS3 Replicant.
Dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing. He loved her, though. He loved her with all that he was. I'm very sad to hear that he's gone. Still, you made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadow Lord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it. Well, you're our last hope, so please keep trying, okay?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail. You might want to check it out.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Oh, one last thing. Since the ferryman was missing work, I arranged for someone else to handle the job. I'll make sure they know to let you use the boat as before.
Gotcha.
I don't know how to feel about that one. She did.
Even without those we have lost.
Okay.
The world
Did everybody
relentlessly
just kind of
continues
switch
to
tone?
turn.
That was awkward. She was sad for a few moments and then just immediately, oh, yeah, he's just been missing work, so, I found a replacement. Who knows what happened to him? It's like, what? as per Rule 2, well, this is from Facade, 25,656. Please consider this your official notice that the King of Facade has chosen to enter into the ceremony of matrimony. So, kids getting married. Plus, oh, please lodge all objections and or congratulations through the official channels stated in Rule 38,585. Sincerely, the Facade Royal Office of Marriage and other legally binding contracts and concerns. P.S. Hey guys, it's me, the King of Facade. Sorry this is all formal and stuff. Listen, I'm getting married and I really want you to come. So get over here.
The king is getting married. It does this old book good to see a boy become a man.
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
No, I keep wanting to hit R1 as my dodge. That's not gonna get old at all. No, rare drop. Or not. Oh, hey. Goats are still a thing, evidently. Oh, Jesus Christ, Emil. Why are you floating that close above a freaking boar's body? Like, my dude just T-posed on me out of nowhere. Copper. Still need that crystal, though. Oh, right. I can find crystal in Facade. At least I think I can, from what I saw. Alright, so we got wolves back out here. Clearly that's a great sign for where this key fragment is.
Does it not strike you as curious to find wolves in the desert?
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
On the bright side, their fangs and hides are worth quite a bit of cash. Kind of excited for tomorrow. I got a bunch of dice coming in, which should be pretty rad.
Sure, I guess. Why?
No thanks. I'll keep it in mind if I choose to do it, but... right now, all those quests would be kind of ridiculous. Let's see if there's anything at the weapon shop. Plus, there's all the fishing still. Just too much. Oh, hi there. You need weapons? Oh, sweet. I don't have enough money. I guess I should be doing quests. Oh well. Anything I can get rid of? War lever. Got plenty of those, but that's not even gonna bring me close to that. Alright. Where the heck is the... There it is. Take it in front of the King's Palace and go check in with him. And kickstart whatever terrible thing is about to happen.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Oh yes, how rude of me. How nice to see you again. So, Freya, I think her name was?
Hold on. Fira?
Oh, Fira. That's right.
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Threatened to boycott the ceremony if you didn't come? Ah, you must be Emil. Oh right, Emil wasn't with us when we went to Facade the first time.
Congratulations on your wedding.
Actually, did we even know about Emil? No, Emil doesn't show up until like the very end, I think.
I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
Let me guess, she's outside, right? What nonsense. She knows she's welcome here. And now, I insist that you stay with me tonight as honored guests of the royal family.
Of course. How could we refuse?
I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
water temperature of a bath? Really?
What's it to you? You don't even take baths.
Talk to Kaine, I guess?
Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure, but what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors,
Really,
perhaps?
Weiss?
Keep talking, book.
Wonder where Amelia is then. Oh, just chilling up here.
Oh,
What's up?
just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything. I'm sorta jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
I don't think that was tiredness, Weiss.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
The harvest was weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Also, our quarrel with the wolves has taken a turn for the worst. The duties of a king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat guilty about holding a festival to celebrate my wedding.
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
I guess that's true.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
That's not written in the rules. Oh, someone to fight for. Yes, I like the thought of that. Game, why do you suddenly switch from advancing text on my own and then auto advance?
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Do I just talk to this guy? And thus, in front of these beloved guests, and per Rule 904, I request that you seal your union with a kiss. This sort of thing is always hard for me.
That wolf is a shade.
Yep, I don't appreciate not having freaking earmuffs right now, game.
The wolves
Well,
appear to be
earplugs.
targeting you.
Oh, you son of a gun! Oh, is it magic resistant? I mean, Emil just read off all of the death flags, so blame him. But I think we found our loyal Cerberus.
Fear! 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 さて、切されきろ、切ってすれ。
改ざん草あっちあれ
フィア答えよりれゆ
たく
んだ
あたきおよりかちすれてたく
フィア浮いてフィア走ろ
したかれきたたさすとりたできた
かすきたしたけんだかすきた
改ざん
と生きち歌を打ってくっとより打ってやりすかすきたインカゼルガーゼス
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
改ざん有利
アフェアルセ
ね
ザルツザルツゼルガーザルツンだゾルキアレル
ぞでおられきたもゆりペルワトル改ざむたとでくラクルトデクゼルガアントイからつぐきてて改ざむたりえきゅうさ改ざむら夫ときて総取りリス高い
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah. I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go by himself?
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight. It will not be an easy one.
I know.
Are you ready for...
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Fira is not the only victim here. These damnable wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. And if the rules say I can't, then damn the rules!
Madness. The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated.
And count us in.
That's is too much for me to ask.
We're not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste. We can ill afford another tragedy.
Thank you, my friends. I owe you much. If you make use of this, please take it. One-handed sword, ancient overlord. Where are you going, my liege? To strike the wolves. The city is yours. My liege, that is a violation of multiple rules. Did those rules keep Freya from dying? No, my lord. What did Freya ever do? She was so close to knowing happiness, and then she had it just snatched away from her. Yes, my lord. Was it Fira's fault that she was so frail? No, my lord. Then get out of my way! I cannot, my lord. You are behaving like a fool. Clearly, you are still young. How dare you! Sorry if I accidentally peeked my mic during any of that. I unfortunately can't see any of that type of information. I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
Forget it. It's for Fira.
Let's move.
Okay, can't hit it right now. Oh, it's just so many ads.
He seeks the king of Facade. Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader,
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
Oh, I just realized these don't recover blood. Well, magic.
above you, stay on your guard!
Ooh, that stung a bit. Obtain the loyal Cerberus key fragment. Wait, she was just forbidden to speak? Huh. Odd, but okay. She was placed in indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment, with no family, she toiled day after day. And just as her future was looking bright,
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
also, what's up, Storm? She was?
Of course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
I should actually check to make sure that because I do need all the weapons.
tight. Chill.
I'm sorry, I need to be alone right now.
Kaizam, chittada. Kete taisoto, chi tatterunda.
The king isn't allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
Ulano perua, tonli.
The people of the mass live and die by our rules.
Anta toshitoshi.
And sometimes we even break them.
Lo? Fia.
Isn't that right, Fira?
The poor king.
This is all Shade's fault.
Alright. I just wanna check something. Sorry if this is kind of just breaking the moment. Do I have? Okay, I do have the Labyrinth Whisper. So I'm just missing a few that I can't get until the second run. Same there. I need to make... I have to do one quest, which is the damaged map. Okay. Sorry about that.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the Shadow Lord. And Yona.
We certainly can.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
Did I already accept the quest for the damaged map? I did. Alright. Let's go check the library real quick. Because I do need that to actually finish the game. Along with some other weapons that I won't be able to get until the second run through.
We should return to Popola and see if she has any final words for us.
I'm still screwing up on the factor of pressing R2 to dodge. One of the more problematic things would probably be all the grinding to finish out the weapons. And also to get those last few weapons that I should be able to grab anywhere I want. Because they should be available over here now. And I can always round out some side quests to save up money. Actually, dumb question since you're here, Storm. Do I sound alright, or is my mic crackly?
Simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
Alright, I wasn't sure on that one. Hey, Megala. can't find that map. You got any
I
information on
think
that?
I'm beginning to understand. Climate change wasn't the cause of our woes. It was only a symptom.
Nah, you're
Real
good. I was just
trouble
wondering, because
started when
currently I
something
just use
terrible came
a
down
Turtle Beach
from the
headset,
sky.
so I definitely don't have access to any of the stuff guys like Theropod or anybody else would have. Also, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that one.
It seems that this event turned the world into a metropolis of salt. I guess they're talking about how most of the city sunk into the ocean?
No, I think that's referring to the white chlorination syndrome that was brought up in the reports from Emil's stuff.
This book is pretty beat up.
Is
As
this
a
the map?
fellow tome, I find this a sad sight to behold. When will books receive the respect they deserve?
Calm down. I'm sure it had a happy life. Let's see here. Hey, is this a map?
Alright,
It
got the map.
is, and one with many unusual markings at that. Perhaps this is a treasure map like that fellow was referring to earlier.
Yeah, but it's so damaged I can't make heads or tails of it.
I wager the damaged sections can be repaired. Perhaps the facade Strange Things store would be able to assist us.
Worth a shot.
Okay, might as well head back there before more things kick off. Could use a break from just down and out of luck. I mean, shoot, went from sunken ship with several murdered civilians by a mermaid to a wolf killing a character that we knew for 5 years. Huh. I can just check in with the ferry over here and fast travel back to Facade.
Oh there, getting on?
Back to the desert. Huh? Who's already waiting here for a quest? Not that interested in that. Also, there are shades here now. Hi? I really don't like your Dementor looking ass, so I'm gonna have to ask you to stop existing. Oh, really? To kinda yell volume all the way up to there when I'm about to launch lances at him? Oh, and we have scorpions on top of everything else. No, stop flying. I don't appreciate any of what you're doing. Item drop rate up by 20%. Don't I already have the one that puts it up to 25? Also, when did I get poisoned, game? I'm a barbarian. I have improved constitution, goddammit. Let me check that word. Yeah, I already have the 25% drop rate. Okay, look, like, I get it. This place is now surrounded by death. There's no reason for Dementors to be here. Surprisingly, for 20% up on drop rate, y'all are being real stingy with your stuff. There's the antidote weed, and the health slab, and medicinal herb, as we just try to get back in the facade. Yeah, I've noticed that. I don't know if my connection is the bad one, or if it's just the normal thing. Strange shop. Ah, not the material shop, dang it. Misclicks.
Touch Kuruchin Deriori. Tandelaitai Dori Areru Ridattado-sa.
Oh, that wasn't another person, but that's interesting to know that facade was once a forest.
Hi there. Do you carry axles and paddle boards? Oh, great. So, how much do you need? Gotcha.
Water wheels are great.
Hey, can you fix...
Do we time proper materials?
And
Sure.
what would those materials be?
Okay, the eggplant is the
In the
weird one.
past, humans harnessed different methods to provide...
Like what?
One such method was achieved through the intricate compounding of iron and fire.
Wow. What did they do with that?
Oh, a great many things. It could be used to power large iron crates called trains, or illuminate whole cities against the dark of night.
Oh. Yeah, no thanks.
Why not?
Who wants to move a big iron crate? And how am I supposed to sleep if it's all bright outside?
Well, I suppose if you wish to look at it that way...
Besides, my life is lots of fun already.
If more people were like you, Emil, this world might not be half bad.
No, this is the material shop, not where I wanted to be. Oh, I can just straight up buy crystals. That's good to know for when I need to upgrade those DLC weapons. Although, were they DLC? I forget. I think I got them free because I grabbed the deluxe version. You don't sell eggplant. That disappoints me greatly. Do I even have the machine oil for that? Or am I gonna have to go grind a bit? Raw materials, machine oil. Please tell me I have machine oil. Wait, oh, I don't even have the logs for that other thing. I have the hide. Oh, come on, don't tell me that I have to go grinding right now. Oh, you're gonna make me go grind. Okay. Cultivation should be where... Okay, I don't even have any eggplant. Where the heck can I go buy eggplant? Because I really don't feel like tending to a garden right now. Head back to the entrance. What is he even gonna use eggplant for, actually? Because I get the machine oil and the goat hide. It's to tan and make leather. Unless maybe ink? I guess? Do you mind trying to make a mad dash back to the boat? As everybody else fights the mentors. And I don't have a Shona spell. Unless you count Dark Phantasm.
Oh there.
Seafront? might have the eggplants. And then I just gotta head to the junk heap and wreck some bots. This is the grocery store.
There's not much left.
Eggplant? You don't have eggplant either. Don't
I'll
tell
try
me
to get my stock up by the time you
eggplant.
return. A bunch of townspeople disappeared along with that massive ship.
The only other store that I'd have access to is NeiR's village, so here's for hoping.
Oh there.
I guess I should have grabbed some when I had access to the Ares.
Thanks for coming.
Nope, you're the material shop.
Go get him, champ.
Who's the grocer around here? Or do we not have a grocery store in this village? Right here?
I hear it's two thieves working as a...
Oh, you're part of the other quest line? Really? Do I not?
I hope you have better.
Oh, damn.
Come again,
I'm
one.
Gonna have to grow eggplant, I guess.
I know it's a hard...
This is embarrassing.
Come see me again.
Well, on the right side, it can grow while just beating the heck out of robots. I do have some sweet fertilizer, so I can use that to hopefully grow one that won't take half a day. That was tomato, not what I wanted to plant. Oh well. The heck? Oh. I wasn't expecting that to go off. Thank you for the follow on Twitter as well. Get everything watered up. I might want to actually check and see how long it takes for things to grow. Okay, so it... Oh. Yikes. So I can't actually do that till tomorrow. well, shite. Curse my unpreparedness. Oh well, and at least it'll be done. Although, how's that actually gonna work if I go and get an ending? Oh no. Can I screw with the date and time? I might have to time travel. But in the meantime, I can still go get the machine oil real quick. And I'm still forgetting that I'm not playing Darksiders 2 anymore. Alright, let's go grab the machine oil, and then I might have to end the stream, jump forward a day, get the eggplant, and then jump back to today. So that's gonna be awkward and interesting. And LinkedIn just rated me as I'm about to have to go do a bit of cheating. But how you doing, LinkedIn? I still haven't actually set up the shout out. I do have to fix that one. No, there's no ink here. There's blood. Blood is word. Words are power. So saith Grimvar Weiss. Although I guess maybe machine oil can be used as ink. I don't know. How would that even work? But how are you guys? I know that he was playing Final Fantasy XII: The Zodiac Age, and this is about as far away from that as we can get. Welcome to NeiR. It's depressing. That's about all that can be said. Either you know the legacy of Yoko Taro's games, or you don't. Either way, you're gonna have fun getting your gut punched. Worse than a certain scene in Full Metal Alchemist. I need to fight machines. And then I have to end the stream real quick and jump forward in time. Or just continue the story. Might just have to continue the story because I don't know how time travel is going to work on a PS4. The game could just shun me and send some weird monster after me like I know The Witcher does when you go after nothing but cows. And I don't need to be attacked by any more Eldritch Abominations in this game. I've had my full. Welcome back, Meg. Out of the way, please. I need machine oil to fix a book, to get a weapon. Nope. I need shirts out of the way. These smaller bots are what I'm after. Ow. Don't tase me, bro. That's not okay. And you're not giving me what I need, which is even worse. Oh, whoops. I didn't think that there were more coming. Yeah, just blew up my meal. But how did your ridiculous endurance stream of 12 hours go? Because I know that I am nowhere near that point. I think I'd probably burn out around the 5th hour mark. Come on, I just need 3 machine oil. Can you help a brother out? Nope, that was a broken battery. Yeah, I mean, you're all the way on the west coast, I'm pretty sure. So it's probably round about 3 in the morning? Or 5 in the morning, actually. Somewhere around there. It is an amount of time that is specific to my area. So that means you've been going since 7 p.m. yesterday. I have no idea how you did that. I would get restless. Oh god, I'm gonna fall into holes. Fluorite, dented boards. I really just need machine oil that you guys tend to drop, so if you wouldn't mind just dropping a piece of machine oil, that'd be amazing. Or 3 actually. Let's switch over to the Speed. Actually, I haven't checked out one new weapon. Down. Ancient Overlord. That is a scary looking blade. Why did you have that? Oh, whoa. That's stronger than my freaking thing right now. So, let's go ahead and plug in the words. Follow. And Mahazara? Nazir? Not sure at all how to pronounce it. Well, we have a... Oh my god, it one-shots. It probably doesn't help that I have a 20% boost on it right now. No, stop dodging. Take the hit. Or that crit. But I don't think there's a crit system in this. Oh god. Oh. Managed to save myself. Come here. Stop running. Still no machine oil. Oh well. The larger rooms up ahead. Well, failed that acrobatics check. Oh god. How? What was I standing on? Okay. I should be able to get some memory alloy off this guy, and hopefully some machine oil off of these little dudes. So at least the memory alloy is worth quite a bit of dosh. But the machine oil is what I'm really here for right now. I have a 20% drop rate, and you guys just won't give me what I want. This is terrible. Thank you for the heals, Emil. Still better than Donald. Server cable, server cable, server cable. Broken battery, broken motor. Broken motor. Server cable, broken motor. Big guy spawning, broken motor, another one. Shouldn't be that much of a trouble though. Yeah, just cleave through all this health with a few moves. Titanium alloy, nice. That can upgrade the Nameless blade for whenever I have a chance to finish those stories up. Right, I need the bomb from this platform. Gimme. Oh god. Hot potato. Do I need bombs to get out of here? Yeah, I do. Throw. No. Okay. Throw it. Get rid of it. Good. Trying to at least get the mission over. I'm hoping that even if we continue the story that I'll still have the eggplants planted. If not, I can always plant them again, because I did grab more than enough to manage that. Unless the speed fertilizer actually changes the time that it will take. Otherwise, it's supposed to take a full day. And that's a full real-time day. Which I kind of figured that's how the farming went, since I lost quite a bit of stuff during the initial playthrough. Not initial playthrough, but my first moments playing this. Words, I swear I can do them. Let's try and get machine oil. And then off to actually fight some bosses. Also, Mag, I guess I should ask, are you gonna have another version of the module up then for me to look through, or? I guess I should have asked that one earlier. I keep hitting the wrong button. This is what happens when you spend far too much time playing another game on your own time. Yeah, sure. It just gives me something to do in the background. Continue all the way. Ah, gotcha. I mean, that's all up to you. If it's too much of a hassle, don't worry about it. Nah, sorry, Ink. I was doing a bit of proofreading for it. Still, literally no oil. Is it because my drop rate's too high, maybe? I don't think it'd be that. Have a good night, dude. Also, I just remembered today is Memorial Day. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Ink. I do appreciate that one. Still gotta wait until my tax refund comes in, so that way then I can grab an actual capture card and not have to use the PS4's. because I know that I can't do anything like Yakuza yet, because the Sega copyright shows up in the bottom corner when you do anything with that game. Alright. Still not a drop of oil. Maybe I should try and grab it from the ones in the upper deck. What the heck is up with Kaine? The heck? Crimson just went live. Ow. Oh god, another one spawned? Where? Ow. Try and get up here. Oh, I'm just gonna have to grab them all from this corridor. Still need that oil. And if I can't grab the oil, then just have to continue on. I wonder how well this remake actually did. Because it would be pretty awesome if they redid the entire Drakengard series. At least the ones that connect to the NeiR universe. Because I don't think there's any connection in the second game. I know that the first game leads directly into this world after ending E when you get shot out of the sky by a tomcat and dropped in the center of modern day Tokyo. Which then just leads to a whole bunch of terrible stuff happening. This room has more than one? Oh well, gives me more time to try and get the machine oil. Is that it? Yeah, okay, so it's a rare drop. That's why I've been having literally no luck. Well, on the bright side, I know I'm not cursed now. And I just need to get 2 more drops of that. Severed cables. Jesus, gonna be able to open a Radio Shack pretty soon. And on the bright side, have a crap ton of gold once we leave here. There's also that other thing that unlocks after the first ending, which is the DLC from the original game. And I know that's an area where I should be able to grind out rare materials. And there are a couple weapons that we have to go and grab from there. pretty sure there's still one more area where I can get drops from. Unless this is it. I could have sworn there was one more room after this area. And still no yellows. Yeah, I'm probably not going to run through here a second time till later on. At least I have one of them. And I can't get the eggplants till tomorrow anyways. Grab the full heal, save just so that we don't lose anything. Also evidently NeiR leveled up. And still can't go that way. It's always disconcerting to my brain when there's a way that clearly there was supposed to be something there, just doesn't have anything in it, and it just trips me up so badly. I guess, oh. Let me see if I can't upgrade anything and get rid of all the stuff that I don't need. Actually, can I just buy machine oil from you? Because if I can, I'm gonna feel real dumb.
What to do? Ah, hey there. How are things?
Great. Things are great. Couldn't be better. Shades just took over the second floor of the junk heap is all.
You don't seem too concerned.
Doesn't matter. No one cares. Folks don't go in that far anyway. Just makes it hard to gather materials for my new weapons.
Okay, I guess we'll go deal with those shades real quick.
Weapons, that affects me. I'm gonna go clear them out.
Good luck. You ain't getting very far.
Why not?
Your confidence in me is underwhelming.
Shades tore up all the elevator machinery on the first floor. Ripped it up! If you want to use it, you gotta switch out the part.
Can you make those parts?
I could if I had 5.
Alright.
Oh, well, lucky you.
I've got
Here.
the material.
Killed some robots, did you? Killed them good? Ripped them apart?
Why do I have a feeling you broke the machinery, Gideon?
Here, just put this in the elevator at the far end of the first floor. Good luck in there. Don't get dead. Could you bash up a bunch of robots while you're in there? By the way, what can I help you with?
You are most certainly unhinged. I cannot buy machine oil from you. That's disappointing. I don't have any cash, really. I wanted to check upgrades. I don't like that you have to go back through the thing just to check the weapons. Material-wise, still need that dented bat to get that fully upgraded. Large heal gear for the Lily sword. Rusty knife, broken saw, twisted ring. Those are all shade drops. Broken pottery, probably gonna be from a shade. Off in facade. Rusted clump. Complex machine. Even more broken antennas. Jesus. That could become a viable weapon, but I think that's probably going to be just, yeah, that's just straight more viable than anything else.
Come back.
A straight increase of 70% magic, and for just 2 giant eggs. I gotta remember where I found those before. But let's go clear out the shades real quick. Hopefully his inventory will update. So we can just buy machine oil, then that'll wrap up that. Ah. Why did you jump up twice? Oh well. Far back of the facility. I need to actually push this closer. Ah, right. It's a hold for this type of grab. Is it far back, or is it supposed to be this one? Because I don't recall there being any other elevators.
So we just need to replace the parts in this elevator.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Now...
First mechanical monsters and now shades. Some manner of curse been placed on this mountain.
Hey, there are shades to kill. It's fine with me.
Here comes some more.
They certainly are dedicated to this attack.
Still no bats from them. Also, this is a really short room for that kid to be that annoyingly worried. Ow. A lot of them. I feel like I was probably supposed to do this much earlier. Ouch. Because they're like not at all. Oh, sweet. Oh, okay, okay. Now things are getting worse. Is this room just gonna fill up with shades? On the bright side, getting those broken saws that I need. Yeah, they're just gonna keep spawning. Alright, nope. What? Oh, hi.
Be careful. This is a stronger shade than the ones previous.
Okay.
Careful, my ass. I'll slice this guy apart.
Yes, how assuring.
Ow. Ow. Is that it? Or more gonna spawn?
Those shades are tricky when they work together like that.
I doubt this will be the last time we see such a tactic.
Okay. Was that it for the quest, or did something open up? Okay, no. Door's broken. Kind of anticlimactic. Just head on out and return to the village and check in with Popla. Oh, right, gotta actually talk to Gideon. I really don't want to. Grab a heal at the save point. What do I get from actually turning this in? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's money.
Thanks much. Now I can make my weapons even more powerful and kill even more robots.
Aren't you concerned about the shades? I I mean, one of those things killed your brother after all.
No, they didn't. Liar. Liar! Robots killed my brother, not shades. Big, nasty robots. Squashed him like a bug. Gonna kill the robots. Rip them up. Rip them all up.
This kid's about as unhinged as 9S.
I fear the lad's mind is gone. He seems capable of nothing but hate for those mindless mechanical automatons.
Oh, sweet. 30k.
What can I help you with?
Can I strengthen anything real quick? I can upgrade Moonrise. I can upgrade Moonrise a second time. I can almost upgrade it to its final level, and then its story will be complete. I can get Labyrinth's Whisper up. File Axe. I don't need the simple machine for anything right now. Spear of the Usurper, just need iron ore. And that's all I can do for right now.
Come back.
Actually, what can I buy from you now?
What can I help you with?
Nothing.
Come back.
Wonderful. So you lied to me. You just wanted robots to die. Alright, back to Pokemon. Even for having a 25, yeah, it's a 25% drop, it's 20% attack boost. I can't seem to actually manage to get many drops. Oh shoot, I know where I found giant eggs. Back in the area. And well, yeah. Well, for anybody who's new or hasn't seen the game, we'll see what happened to the area. Although I might be able to get some right from the entrance. Oh, hi, Devila.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know?
Yeah.
They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
What the hell are both you hiding?
Oh there.
Let's be off and finish what we started.
ready.
Let's all make it back alive, okay?
It's a plan.
Oh, they're actually gonna greet us. What the hell are you doing, buddy? I don't appreciate magic users unless they're on my team. We are not having none of that nonsense from the back lane. Oh, okay. And Dementors. Because why not? Yeah. Some medicinal herbs and all the random goodies. I do get an hype up here like he's about to be in a boxing match. Sit down. Oh, that was not okay. Just get back up here and actually not fall down this time. I do wish there was a faster way to select magic if there's one complaint to the combat system. Because I know they did some touch-ups, but they couldn't fix everything. I wish that you could quick swap to other things by just double tapping up. But unfortunately you have to go through the pause menu to switch out any of your spells. Which kind of breaks up the flow and pace. Let's actually bust out some different things. Execution, that's always pretty cool. And I haven't really used Phantasm at all. And of course, as I start bringing out other spells, they decide to throw magic immune enemies at me. And I have to apply all the words to those. And that was underwhelming. I figured it would have done something new from being charged up. And NeiR definitely uses it in more interesting ways in the actual cutscenes than you can. Also, the music is rather distorted right now. And not the normal Lost Shrine music. This way leads through? Yeah. Oh. Do I actually have to fight you? Or can I just open up the door? Well, you're kind of in my way right now, so. I don't. Okay. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. That didn't just happen. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That really just happened. Okay, game. Going back to Dark Blast and Lance to just not hand, because that'll break through his guard. And oh, not hand again. Da, da, da. Well, just in case I can actually block that. Gotta apply. Don't I have a stronger? No, Giblef is the strongest. And that's this. Magic reduction. Ah. No, magic power actually doesn't do anything for this. Actually, none of the words do anything for that, except for probably magic cost down. Okay. Alright, pop that up. How did that do, like, nothing? Oh well, I'm at least invincible for right now. And hey, got a complex machine. Can't actually go up that way. Actually, what's in these boxes? Oh, armor break. Thought it would be something a bit more impactful. Wall. Actually, Dark Gluttony would help out right here. Simple machine off of him. I think that's one of the upgrade points for one of the larger weapons, or was it Overlord that needed the simple machines? Might have been Overlord. Sorry that I'm going slightly scatterbrained right now. There's another enemy in here somewhere? I have no idea where he's at. Showing up on the mini-map. This should be the way outside. Flashy hat. Huh. I have not seen that drop ever before. Yeah, that's gonna be a pain. Like, right now, just gonna get the first ending of, I think there are 5 in this version. And one of them you can only do after you get the final ending. Oh, also there's the Twisted Ring. So basically all the shades at this very end moment have all the things that I've been looking for. That's kind of annoying. Technical guide. What's through here? Anything? No items. No shades. Oh, sweet items. It's times like that when I wish I had a soundboard and stuff. But yeah, the machine oil is definitely gonna come a while longer. I forget which way is the fastest way to get through here. I think it's right through here. Yeah. Otherwise they wouldn't be putting up the opposition. I cannot charge 2 spells at once. Oh, that's not what I expected Wall to do. Recovery potion. I guess that's a full heal? Oh, things spawned to try and chase me down. Well, they have been dropping a heck of a lot more loot that I am going to need for higher level crafting. Oh, yeah, that's not okay. I should probably actually go for the full level wall. And just get in there and rip them apart. Strength Castle. At least I'll have plenty of increases to burn during the final fight. Oh, I leveled up again at some point.
Such an ominous sight. And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. And first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself. And now the path is open.
For the big bad slayer, wouldn't expect a promenade rooftop.
To whom does the true voice speak?
What?
To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I've heard this somewhere before. To whom I ask, why did you must...
Because their lives are short?
I answer.
I guess that wasn't the correct answer.
Blast. I appear to have made an error.
So it's not because of the short lives? It's the Black Scroll? That doesn't fit with any of the reports, but okay.
I ask, why did you must...
Because of black disease.
I answer, because of a black disease. I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
By separating body from soul?
By separating body from soul. I ask, what is the destination of souls?
They are in a promised land bursting with light. They're placed in their corresponding
they
shells.
are placed in their corresponding shells. Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter. Well then, it seems the way is open.
Is that really it? Ah, there we go. I knew there'd be a weapon around here.
It's the twins from your village.
Popla, Devila, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not. How sad.
You really think you're gonna stop me at this point?
We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
You literally sent me on this quest. You could have told me to turn back at any point.
Sorry, this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so, until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We never thought we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
I should probably put channel points and all that stuff.
Copied my powers.
Okay.
Ah, shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Weiss, are you all right?
Tevela, Popova, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with the Shades?
Not happening. Oh, and of course it still happened. Okay, you gonna stop with the punches? You're not stopping with the punches. Okay, I'm going after the long range one. Oh, well. Cleared that phase.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
Shadow Lord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Wait, weren't you planning on stopping me? This seems way too convoluted. Obtain Shadow Lord's map?
Devila and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Weiss?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Well...
Weiss?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly...
Okay. What's my actual strongest
I
weapon?
think I hear...
Wait. What?
The walls.
Oh, right. I'm sitting there like, why is that weaker than sunrise? That's... Damn, I didn't think that sunrise was that powerful. And the Phoenix Sword just blows things out of water. Okay. I should probably set that up with all the words. I think that's still my strongest blade, right? Yeah, by comparison it is 19 points stronger than Beastbane. Nope, not very well. Phoenix Sword. 20% and drop rate, because items are everything.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all Shades!
I think we're locked in!
It's
closed
not like
book.
I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Broken wristwatch. These are some very weird items to be collecting from Shades. Especially ones that have not been near people for probably quite some time. Probably just better off using Sunrise because of its speed. I do lose the drop rate, but it'll be fine. Hold on. Guard resist up by 30%, I think that said. Strength job. Is this over here? Another one. Charge up what I can. Looks like there's 6 more groups that'll show up. If the ballroom guests are the determining factor. I gotta switch off from wall for a bit. Phantasm because of its AoE ability. Plus, I think I have poison on it. I'm not 100%. Or I might just have Constant on it. Flashy hat. Dementors? Dementors. Oh, you have a magic shield. I don't appreciate that nonsense. No. Get down here. Ow.
Damn it! It won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good
Yeah, I'm gonna need some range. Dark Blast.
Boys! Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Shouldn't really laugh at that.
Kaine! Hurry!
It's not open yet?
Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
Dang it. It's just gonna keep throwing up that wall as soon as I hit it. Yep. Hey, Mail, do you have any magic that can break through their walls?
Idiot, what are you doing?
Love doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just
Metal
break it down.
piercing?
Stop,
Yeah.
you impatient fool!
God, these flying things are annoying.
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh! Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Oh God.
These things are freaking me out! Kaine, what's wrong?
We need to help Kaine. You okay?
Yeah, well, we got problems.
Oh no, I don't have time for another giant shade. Oh, and it's a boar this time. I didn't expect to be fighting Ganon.
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
Who are you talking to? Get him with the 5Ps. Oh, that happened.
How should I know?
Kaine, are you alright?
I'm fine. But let's just kill some shit and move on, alright? Damn it!
Damn shit. Oh dear.
Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me. They really are trying to stop us at whatever cost. Whether it be the twins or this giant boar. Nah, okay. That's not how we're doing this. You're gonna sit down, just like the first one did. Excuse me? No, 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 no.
This thing?
No. You don't just get to push.
Oh no!
Oh god. It's trying to out poison us.
Can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going!
Let's go!
I put you down 3 times now. Stay down.
This way! Move!
Are we running? Oh, we are running. Okay. I don't think that door is gonna hold. So can we run faster?
Up here!
Medicinal herbs. Why does this feel more like a bunker than anything else now?
Please, hurry!
I wasn't expecting a Crash Bandicoot level. Yeah, this place is definitely more like a bunker.
Damn it, I can't get it open!
Attack incoming!
Oh god. Start beating it down again, I guess. Although it's probably just gonna release more of that miasma. Youch.
The entrance is locked too!
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, here comes the miasma again. Can I avoid it just by, like, not going near it? Oh, it actually doesn't keep it on the entire time. Okay, that's good. Ow. That didn't hit, and I don't know why I just went ow, because it didn't hit me either. Or, yeah, that happened.
Strike the beast while it's down.
I'd like to know where it got its armor back. That's kind of annoying. Because it definitely did not have that armor after I was done with it on the first floor. On the slab. Backup? Are we Avengers this? I can't speak right now. Yeah, screw you, King. Fought it like 3 times.
What are you doing here?
You are correct.
But...
Wait, did one of them die? Yo, no, no, no. Guys, like, just focus on the door.
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no! No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own! Open the damn door!
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
Press on and on. Go into this fight with full health, whatever it is. Nope, another door. You two really aren't just gonna back down.
Devila! Popola!
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
I couldn't read any of that. Oh, we just straight up get the documents.
Vice! My mind. I remember. Devila. Opala. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us. Every person standing in this room are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean the true humans, are extinct?
No, they still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait. Wait!
So, the imps that were dropping coloring books at middle bats. Those eggs. Okay, well,
Sorry,
we're the bad
but
guys.
we're gonna
So,
be needing that shell of yours.
yeah,
The
no,
rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time.
just gonna revel in it.
Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans.
And yet you let me run
You have
around.
your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry. You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No! I'm
Oh,
nothing
come
like
on.
you!
I'm getting really tired of your teleporting bullshit. And that missed entirely. Can't attack the back lane. Alright, one down.
Devila? Devila? Popola. Are you crying?
No! Don't die!
You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls.
Devila! I can't stop the bleeding. Oh god, I can't stop it!
This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness. Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you. Devil! Devil! Don't you go! No, no, I can't be alone! Devil!
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop?
Popola, wait! It doesn't have to—
No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devila were like parents to me!
Oh, Jesus, I wasn't expecting bullet hell.
With her for time immemorial. Coolness of such things is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
Shield. Also, for anybody thinking that it's lagging when I'm going for magic attacks, that is just a function. It slows down time to let you still dodge and prepare the spell.
The bridge! Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea!
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right. Huh? You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank you for everything.
Emil!
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going, okay?
Emil!
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I really don't have time for any of you. Just get out of my way. I don't care what happens to anybody. back Yona, you'll give back a meal. Everything will go back to normal.
Yona!
This ends here. Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
Get this stupid book out of my way.
How could a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
Be careful!
I know!
Jesus. I have Roman still equipped. Let's wipe the lands. God, you're a damage sponge.
Vice, you alright?
Naturally, I am as fit as a fit.
Jesus.
brother.
Yoda. Huh?
Please, just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yoda's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to... I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that... I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
Kaine! Watch over Yoda for me. You want me to understand your sadness? You think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this! Vice, what's wrong?
You're freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing? Just do it. Strike the killing blow. No bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. All right, no, I'm not.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
but... Let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Weiss!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name. Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Weiss.
Weiss. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
Something to defend. I have a reason to live.
Is Yona all right? Oh, God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Hmm?
Weiss? Where are you? Are you okay?
I am as well as can be, considering I have lost my physical form. Doubtless my voice will be the next to go, so listen closely. Your sister is safe. Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food? Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place? Home with you. What's my favorite flower? The lunar tear, of course. Okay, one more question. Who do I love more than anyone? Is that you?
Yona.
Is this my body?
Yes, Yona. It's yours and yours alone.
You look bigger than before. Like you've grown up.
Yeah. I guess you haven't seen me for a while.
Have I been asleep this whole time?
Something like that.
It's almost like I'm a princess from some fairy tale.
Oh, Yona. I'm so happy to have you back.
Me too.
Kaine.
You and your sister, you have a good life, Kay?
Where are you gonna go?
Guess I'll...
You could stay with us, you know.
Thanks, but I'll pass. You know how it is. I got my own shit to take care of.
What do you mean?
Personal shit, alright? Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Kaine.
Hey, look. It's beautiful.
Right, I didn't check that. Those documents.
For the longest time, I heard someone telling me how they wanted to see the light. And now, they can finally see it. Thank you. I love it. It's so sunny today.
Yeah, it sure is.
Also, hello to whoever just showed up. I think that was just ending A, I'd assume.
The sun
Also, I just now realized that this is Salvation, but with the language translated, although you can't really translate a made-up language. I can't kind of skip these credits. Not that I'd want to. This remake, remaster, however you want to put this version, has been enjoyable, save for that last point of just wanting to rip out my heart. Technically only the first ending, so there's still more. A whole bunch of bombs dropped. Yeah. I do highlight everything so you can head back through, but still have to go re-experience all of that with Ending B, which, given the fact that it's a Draken NeiR game, I don't really know how to explain it, but ending A is always more the fantasy, hey, we did good ending. Hey, Warrior Adam, sup? But ending B will essentially just peel back a layer. Yes. Load your clear to experience Kaine's story. You can now read a departed mother's diary in your house. The wardrobe has been added. New items can be obtained by progressing through the departed. Change the music? Huh. But the easiest way to explain a... Oh, alright, Storm. Have a good one, I guess. And, I mean, it's going alright, Warrior. Just had a bunch of bombs dropped out of nowhere.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway...
Chinese dreams discrimination. The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified the sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly towards the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as anyone could remember, and stared. I gotta fix the timers on that then. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on! The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vane slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled, with the beak pointing firmly towards the east. East? Really? Before the vane could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall around them. Fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated and, if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me, he can't hurt me, he can't hurt. Oh look, the freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken off my head. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Is there a tag for trigger warning? Because I feel like a lot of people just wouldn't be comfortable with this. No, there's nothing to warn people of that. Okay. I guess just people are gonna come in and immediately leave. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Demo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Uncomfortable. Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys. Let's give this freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get it, you freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, and that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village's children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her entire world. Oh, her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began to uneasily shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was rapt on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand of Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted it back and forth. Ow, he screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it, what are you doing? Quit whining, ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage against her words. Oh, at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backwards and spat on the ground. Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ha! Look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her scowl and placed it around... shawl. And placed it around the young girl's shoulders. Then produced a cloth from her folds. from the folds of her dress and began blotting the blood on her forehead. "Oh, Kaine," she said, "why don't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot." The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. "Don't be nice to me," she said. "I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore." Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. "Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead." As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found her herself unable to turn away. "Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand?" The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. "You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine? You know because you survived it." As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. "Hey, Rabbit Skull. How you doing, bro?" If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. "Do I make you sick, Grandma?" "Of course not. Don't be an ass." Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. "But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't..." "Right. Did you just get a new tablet? Because I know that you've been streaming a bit more art and stuff." "Hush," interrupted Grandma. "It's not... I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you. And if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell." With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. "Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me?" Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one, and her grandma had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandma as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. Long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. Kaine's dreams, daily life. I'm gonna need to take a moment here, because this is a lot. Okay, sorry about that. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. "Grandma," Kaine called. "That you, Kaine?" yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. "Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake." She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something?" The axe posed to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. "Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards." Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the most difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of possible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky arch of land they called home. Acre, Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandma was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect a solid strike, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it, crap? She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. "This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes." Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down the buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezing laugh. A wheezy laugh. "Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you..." Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. "Grandma!" The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine studied the bucket with her foot as she knelt by her grandma. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made it a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandma by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that! Just stop! She cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandma had lived a long and hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandma watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandma's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandma fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Demo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shade. Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted these words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling everyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey lady, Kaine said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me, they seemed to say. But Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root. For as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. Oh my god, he sputtered. What are you doing here, freak? The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tippy toes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. Ha, barked Demo. That old bitch finally keel over? Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head. But before he could let fly a comeback or worse a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked him out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely in a world so vast there would be a place that she could go home. On the far wall behind the counter rests a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also didn't think they mattered much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable. Grandma's name is Kali? Thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her head as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was tiny. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. "Back already, are you?" asked her grandmother with a yawn. "Come here, let me have a look at you." Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Feeling finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. "Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble?" "It was kind of fun," said Kaine with a small smile. "No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh?" asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. "Uh-huh. So... oh, Uh-huh, so anytime you need to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket, and after a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it will make you live forever. Horseshit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner. But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house, as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and sat to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible, it doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make it easier to make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter, you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear another bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll always treasure it. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandma to take down the artwork. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take it down when they roll me into my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself in Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who would have made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People, memories, move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Oh god, there's more reading. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned the courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine, and I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, right? Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. So sorry about the yawning. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was gonna go check out the klama trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. And we're going to pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandma, then held out an arm and swept around their home, constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble. The old place shagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let 'em come. We got nothing worth stealing anyways. I'm not worried about thieves, I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot, I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other. Grandma, no. If I don't go to the calm trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately, it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're going to be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls, and more talk about how beautiful you become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up and removed the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, grandmother, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quacking voice. Grandma, stop it! What the hell? The old woman stared and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandma's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot, I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandma grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart. Trusting desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself. But in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. No, oh gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma! Grandma! Kaine ran there, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood spilling from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark, not just fire. Can't be fire, too much smoke. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt. Her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment the creature retreated into the shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her in a blend of rotted meat and excrement. The horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "Alright, you bastard," she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's your me, let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced towards the house. Through the smoke and flame, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma!" At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive," thought Kaine. "Alive." Kaine's legs sprung to life as she raced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. "Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up now!" As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped towards the house and pinned her grandma to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a A small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the ground with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that streamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer. Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard, laughing at us? She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience motion. But there could be no doubt the shade was taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm gonna kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right heel as the foot twisted backward. But she forced it from her mind and began to hobble towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from her pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandma and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back!" she screamed. "Give her back to me!" It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade panted laughter again, then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air towards the young girl that was latched onto its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest, and she was sent crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground, with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small weak voice spoke up. Kaine? Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. Grandma, no, no. I said, run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, and all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mess of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind one after the other, faster and faster, until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground. The earth shook with every step as it crept closer to its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles. Her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature was so confident just moments before it took a slow, hesitant step backward, trying to discern if the broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment, laughing like a madwoman. She leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the ground once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ear. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death? No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke, and the flames. All of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. 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 Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer.
The beast approaches. Oh, I know. Anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
Thanks, Grim. I kind of tripped over a bit there and definitely didn't pace my breath right because I just kept having to yawn and fill back up my lungs. Jesus, sunrise definitely got a lot stronger. Yeah, but that went on for a lot longer. And that means that I'm going to have to read the... Oh no! Game, how could you betray me like this? I thought we were done! Oh, I need to drink some water. You gave me false hope, game. You stashed away gameplay for more reading. How could you? Gently, weakly, softly, the shade sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off towards the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shame beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. Yep, it's handing you a book. Oh, and then I gotta freaking read the reports that shoot, Devila or Popola revealed to thing. It was difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of an arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror erupted into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. Want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few moments, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharp pincers. Stop! No, don't hurt that picture! Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and to the ground, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha cha 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 cha. I look like that? Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die? Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of a ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let go of it, everything go, an unfamiliar voice began to whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, Sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time. As if insanity had somehow found a way to take form, Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish, like a prayer or something. Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me! Save me! Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes, they don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Oh God, you are the best! Kaine glanced and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her leg. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet, then began moving up towards the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feel the hot searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go! Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, Sunshine! You're ready to give up? Ready to die? So why not let me have it? Have what? Your body! Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. And when I take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people, I want to tear their throats out and bathe in their blood just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she had ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now, give me that body. Come on. Give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from the Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew larger and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated as if considering the request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Hey, what the hell, Sunshine? Screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. A brief image of her grandma, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. She opened her eyes again. They burned bright red. That thing took my grandma. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern. The pattern of the shades burned itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are gonna be good friends now. Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotion she felt, the more the letters readied to puncture her skin and began infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop. Holding her left arm and her right. Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish and I'm hungry. Let it go, feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood, then go out there and... Shut up, shut the hell up and get out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just get up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed at a nearby shard of glass and tried to solve the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me. We got what you might call a timeshare agreement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait until they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies, people you want to kill. I can make it happen. That little fat kid who kept picking on you, that big old shade that squashed your granny, we'll wrap 'em up in our own in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine, no more pain. Wait, Kaine, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me, we could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Screamed the voice. Look at you go, oh Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So, listen, my name's Tyrion, and if you ever need me, I'll be hanging out in that piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyrion. Count on it. Ha! Laughed Tyrion. I've shot bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep in Kaine's heart herself, Oh, inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone. Then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I am not a shade. I'm Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging around through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't wish to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened into dawn and the people of the area rose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now affected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive!
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Please, try to understand. People are tired and scared, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
This is crap, and you know it.
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village. And now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
Is my playback still working? Because I don't see it. Oh no. Don't tell me that it's been a black screen for this entire time. Oh no. Please don't tell me that. Please work? Come on. Let me just refresh the page. Okay, it is still working. Whew. Got worried there for a second.
I'm used to sleeping outside.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now. Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
Also, hello to anybody who showed up during the hour of reading.
For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror
Actually,
of the
thinking
shades.
about it, some of the music in this game gives me a rather odd flashbacks to some of the music from Sayana Uta, which
Really, how
just
can I blame
no,
Devil
I
and
don't
Popola?
ever need to be reminded of that visual novel.
In the end, I'm
Yikes.
just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil. But what good would that even do?
I got a fire going.
Wait, is that...
Campfires are weird. I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
This is new, at least I think it is.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on. I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Barely an inconvenience.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
Grab the money. See if that stuff is still planted. Because that would be helpful to know if that exists in between. Or if I screwed myself. It is! Nice! I have to water this one because I didn't water it the first time. So, we don't have to worry about that. And I should still have that quest, right? Logic dictates. Nope. Okay, so I don't have that quest. Dang. No, but okay, but it still counts the ones that I've done. Weird. Let's actually go see what we can get from that departed mother's diary before we head off to anything. And I have to go use the bathroom real quick.
It's Mom's diary.
heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here. Take a look.
Okay, saving. I might as well go ahead
Say
and
there.
do this for a bit.
Can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
Why does his voice sound familiar? You'll be unable to save until the battle is over. Sure, why not? Best thing. Oh. This is the world of the recycled vessel, created to avoid the destruction of all. Okay, so we got some bats. And we're playing as the Gestalt NeiR. And we got a badass backing track. I can dig it. Still have all of our weapons. Yeah. Cool. Drop through? I can. I don't see why I would do that because I'm assuming that. Okay. Next ones are just down here. I'm surprisingly not taking that much damage from these shades. Okay, that time it actually cut through my physical defense. Then again, I don't think I have that much magic defense. How much magic defense do I have right now on my word setup? 25? Am I gaining experience in this realm? 59,256. Go through there. Do I jump down to the next level? Oh, okay. Oh. I think it just got really dark. So that just stopped there, right? Oh, it does. And I got 3 medicinal herbs. But I was full up on them. The Black Straw, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. This is really trippy looking. It almost reminds me of like the aesthetic from Guy Savage. Or at least the filter that they put over it. It evidently looks a heck of a lot different once you remove all the filtering and stuff. Oh, right. I'm not gaining experience, or am I? I'm not. Okay, so this world is purely no experience. Do I gain materials? I haven't seen them drop anything. those medicinal herbs before I get into more. Also, I should probably equip wall since all they're using is magic. Oh, well, just wasted magic. Oh, and got 3 more. NeiR made a new friend. Oh, and he's a king. Soldiers of Salt calling forth white death, they are legion, those who plunge the world into darkness. Wall. Before I start getting pummeled by more bullet hell. Already again. Sorry that I'm not talking much. The whole entire reading kind of took all the air out of my lungs. It does suck that there's no leveling in this area. I do know that I have to do this stuff for weapons though, so might as well kick it down now. Oh, there's another one. Oh, why did I just jump to 9 people? Hello. Also got Fool's Embrace. But, hello everybody. The dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering onto it the power of magic. So, how powerful is Fool's Embrace? Straight 200, very heavy. Oh. Why does it have to keep on giving a message to manage my channel like I stopped streaming? I know that I can manage it from my phone, but I don't want to. I have my laptop right next to me. Switch back to Sunrise. Oh. Oh no, it's just another one of these ugly things. Let's pop up all again, see if it can defend me against the physical stuff as well. Alright, that's another challenge down. More medicinal herbs. The black sickness stains the future, the journey to return the soulless vessels. Where the heck am I now? Oh, this is a part of the thing in Facade, but I've never been in here. Honestly, I don't even know if I need to kill these guys. It did seem to lock the thing. Oh, shit. I wasn't ready for platforming. That also takes a shit ton of health. Can I run past them, or do I have to fight? I don't have to fight them. Lord knows the sand will do more than enough damage to me. And if they're not going to drop anything or give me experience, there's no reason to do that. It seems like the focus is always just a big shade at the end. So that should end it. Yep. The Kabuki. And gained a... Okay, so there is experience involved. Just very meagering amounts. Oh, and we dropped down to 4. The apocalypse divided the world in two, one that knows not day, and one which has never known night. So, either the Earth has stopped rotating, or the sun just doesn't exist anymore. Blade movement is higher? Excuse me, game? You can't just throw a stipulation on me in the middle of a fight. Thankfully, I think I finished it before the stipulation kicked off, so yeah! Black and white 13 packs, the vessels form as weaver as they cross time and space. Can I check the, to see if I can change the, other? No. Grimoire Weiss, maybe? How do I change the costumes? Unless I can't change them for this character. Oh, that's where all my stuff is. Yeah, my magic defense is like nothing. But I'm a tank. Okay, so we're actually having to run through here. I didn't want to use the hell slab. No. Just get up onto the thing and stay up on there, please. Oh, Jesus. I'm really beginning to think that this DLC wasn't changed at all to account for the faster combat. Or maybe NeiR is just stronger in this game in general. I also did start leveling up a lot more since fighting all of the bosses and grinding out some of that cash to upgrade. Okay, is this not the right way then? Unless that... okay, that opened up this now. Okay, so you can find items, but they seem to only always be healing. Oh no, there was titanium alloy. Unless that was just a random odd chance of getting that. No, you don't.
It seems we have been shut here.
Works for me. Because I'm not locked in here with them. That's for sure. Oh, it's still not even locking these doors, so I could have theoretically probably mad dashed to the end of this.
seems we have been...
It would have been nice if they would have added interactions between the two characters rather than just Weiss saying that, hey, you're locked in this room. Start prepping the hole again. Oh, that actually drains a lot of magic. The song of a man had drowned out in its place the scream of something inhumane. I'm trying to heal. Right, can't access the menu for magics without actually going into the menu for magics. Let's switch out to Dark Blast. Are the other ones going to be red weapons as well? Because I have a feeling that I know what they're going for. And if it is, then that is royally screwed up. Ah, shit. I should probably switch off the lance, because that'll at least pierce through everything. There we go. Cleaned house nicely. Pulls the mint. If it's another red draconic-esque weapon, then it is indeed. The sky falls with the dragon, the world ends this day. Yep. Actually, I think... Oh no, it's 40. Well, 400. So it's the same exact weapon damage as the Phoenix Blade. Where the heck is this at? Oh, it's the... No, it's just a random... basketball court, which is just weird. The armor on some of these shades is freaking ridiculous. Do I have armor break by any chance? I think that I have armor break on the spear due to its freaking ferocity. I don't. Can I put armor break on this? Drain HP, drain MP. Is it in this first slot? Attack power. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. I don't need damage really right now. I just want to cleave through its... Ow! Yeah, there we go. The orange haze over everything kind of reminds me of the color for Angela, or Angela, I think her name was. It's been a minute since I played the original NeiR. Drakengard, not NeiR. Bleh. Not doing too well with words right now. But yeah, that just rips through their armor. Like, holy. Ow. Luckily they're giving me like a ridiculous amount of first aid. Well, medicinal first. Why I think first aid immediately. Are you the last one? Or there's still more to kill? Yeah, I think that was the last one. Nice. 5 more medicinal herbs. The puppet priests collect the accursed prayers and polish the vessels. Oh, what? Okay. Weird. This is very weird. Is it supposed to? Oh, it is supposed to be this way. What? Okay. This is weird. I didn't expect to be in a shooting gallery today when I checked out the... Okay. Okay. We're just doing it. This feels so awkward. I have no words for the fact that I just did a shooting gallery in Facade. Wait, there's another enemy somewhere. Oh, hi. Oh, you actually took more damage than the other ones. I wasn't expecting that. What even? Okay, there's a random 4 over there. I'm genuinely confused right now. This is too bizarre. Oh, we're speeding up. Did we kill him off? Like, I enjoy No More Heroes, but this is just weird. Okay, samurai outfit. And got 4,000 experience and 5 recovery and 10,000 gold. Well, I found a way to get gold if I need to. And the final door. At least this way this will be set and done. Okay. I guess we'll come back when we're level 33, but I think we're gonna save it. End the stream off here for tonight. Well, this morning. I might come back to it. Oh, it is already the afternoon. Jesus, where did the time go? But let me see who's live. I can send you guys off to.
My word.
Is anybody else playing NeiR? Well, actually, let's just finish out this first.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
Okay, right, I wanted to save. The hell is that? Oh, I saw smoke. like the idea of raiding somebody bigger than me. Monster Hunter World. Sure, why not? No raid message, just... Alright, go ahead and end off mine.